All right, I think that's good. I think it's all good. Good, good, good. Good, good, good. Okay. We've got stuff. All right, welcome back, everybody. Uh, good morning, good whatever time it is to you. Um, Back from Rust Week. Haven't gotten a lot done this week. Haven't done a lot since getting back. Had some interesting stuff both at Rust Week and on the way back. Um, one one thing that I worked on the plane is started doing some examples and some demos for a video on mip maps. So I have a couple of in progress visualizations. This is a manually built mip map that is being basically just displayed on this plane as it rotates. The MIP dimensions are basically like, let's see if this loads in. 2048, 1024, 512, 256, and 128. And then TLDR, which I'll go over in the video, is that these images get effectively like concatenated together and interpolated when doing the sampling. So it happens on the GPU and whatnot. So I've got a couple of demos showing that stuff off, going over the derivatives as well. Derivatives are a little bit harder to visualize. I think I want to find a better way to visualize them. This is the same visual on the left, and then the derivatives of the Y position. Because what's effectively happening here is like, usually we think about a fragment shader as working on like individual pixels. That's not really what happens. In this case, we're talking about like working on a segment of a 2x2 pixel grid effectively. So the way the derivative functions work in the shaders is basically taking the difference between the two pixels in a given direction, given what pixel you're processing. So this is the Y derivative, so to speak. And then we have it without filtering. So this is just all of the locations of all of the MIPS. So you can think of this as like, this is a standard material with one regular like base color texture. But that base color texture has 5 levels of MIP mapping. And each of the MIPS are successively halved in dimensions, and the GPU chooses when to use each one of them. So this is progressing pretty nicely. I think I'll have a MIP map video, not up next week, but together to go pretty soon. And all those demos are going to be in the Bevy examples repo. I was also looking into light mapping. I haven't, this isn't much of a demo right now. I think it's half broken. But I've been using the light mapper. Which is this software. Which has 2 versions of it currently. One of them is older, one of them is like in development. So the version I've been using is actually the Lightmapper 1 branch, which hasn't seen a commit in a while. Not exactly sure why. Maybe they're just busy with other stuff. But it does work. So I've been printing out these light maps, which has been really interesting. I would like to try to do some light mapping stuff, maybe in the Game Jam. Game Jam's coming up next weekend, starting. That's Bevy Jam 6. So 7 days from now, Bevy Jam 6. Make this a little bigger. 31st to the 8th. I'll be doing it. If you're watching this stream, I assume you also want to do it. Oh. So this will be fun. There's a couple of really cool things happening around Bevy development. just before the jam. So there's, I think I'm going to do a video on these anyway, but let's look for Bevy seedling. So first of all, Bevy CLI got an alpha release. This will go out in This Week in Bevy. I'm a little behind on This Week in Bevy from RustWeek, and then kind of not feeling so well after I got back, but we'll catch up. And then Bevy CLI is, I guess we're referring to it as either the alpha or like the unofficial Bevy CLI, because it's in the Bevy flock org. It's not upstreamed yet. So if you install it, you can basically do Bevy new. I don't know why they use the 2D app here, but basically if you, since I already have it installed, if I go into temp and I do Bevy new, I use this for Skein too, so you might have seen me already do it. New Bevy app, we'll call it. This will basically pull the template out for you. New Bevy app. And you get the cargo toml, the main.rs, et cetera, et cetera. And then there's Bevy run web, which will run your application as a WASM application. So some really nice tooling there. There's also Bevy lint, which is part of the Bevy CLI, but kind of also a second project. But all of these things are getting releases right before the jam. So definitely going to encourage people to start using them for the jam. One of the other things that's really interesting that we could play with today, I haven't really worked with this at all yet. So I'm not really sure what all of the boundaries are, but Bevy simple subsecond system is what the crate is called at the moment. It's called this because basically they tried to use something that wouldn't conflict with anything more important in the future. So this is like live reload. I'll just let this play for a second. This is them modifying some text while their application is running. So this is, if you think about like asset hot reloading versus like Rust code hot reloading versus something like modding, etc. This is Rust like systems code, like stuff you would normally have to recompile for. This came out of Dioxys's work. So it's using DX run or DX serve hot or something like that to actually work, but it's very, very cool. Looks like they're suggesting bin stall. That's interesting. There's a little bit of setup. So maybe we do some of this today. There's also the Bevy audio working group has, I think this is going to get a release before the jam. I don't know. There is a branch that you can use with 0.16. It doesn't actually have a release yet. I think the Bevy 0.16 branch does work though. So this is like the future of audio effectively in Bevy, and it uses Firewheel, which is brand new, which is the audio engine, which is very cool. Yeah, so a bunch of new stuff happening like right before the jam. Hoping to get a couple of videos out next week to explain all this stuff, tell people how to use it and whatnot. The CLI specifically has a bunch of like templates. I personally don't really use the 2D template, but there's a lot going on in the 2D template. So I'll have a video out explaining what's going on in the 2D template. I tend to use the minimal template if I'm using it at all. The minimal template has been really solid. It's basically just a couple of cargo settings, the pre-installed Bevy, and then like a basic Bevy app. And then I usually start from there. I think that a lot of people are going to have a lot more of their own templates moving forward as this goes out. This is powered by Cargo Generate. Let me bring that back. And then we've got our character controller. This is the thing we were working on before we left. We mostly have this working. I mean, in the sense of like, there's some bugs and stuff, but it'll make it kind of around. think the camera's at a weird angle, but I don't have my controller in right now. Skein's doing pretty well. There's a couple of things that I'd like to do for Skein. Probably not a lot of them are going to get done before the jam. I have a ton of other stuff to do. But Skein is in a very workable state for the jam, so maybe I'll make a video about Skein next week. And then, yeah. Other than that, just get ready for the jam. Hey, Lon, how's it going? So I think the thing that I want to do right now is test out Bevy's simple subsecond system so that I have a little bit more insight into how it works and that I've actually gotten it to work before I start telling people about it next week. Have you checked out Bevy's subsecond system? Sorry, I got a little bit of a thing going on. My neighbors are persistently smoking right outside my window, and it's bugging me a little bit. Yeah, 33 seconds early. Yeah, I have seen subsecond system. I talked a little bit about it like a minute or two ago when the stream started. I think that it's really interesting. Talked a little bit about like what this is compared to like asset hot loading and stuff. But yeah, let's get started doing this because this is something that I definitely want to promote if it works. You know, the one reservation I have about systems like this, new hot low or sub-second, we'll call it test. The one reservation I have about systems like this is state is always the hard part. And this is true for all of the things that already exist for hot reloading or fast reloading or live reloading or anything you want to call it, from like all of the UI stuff like React World, Vue World, all that kind of thing, Webpack, whatever you want to, RS Pack, whatever you're using these days. State is always the hard part. And the one thing that I'm concerned about is that this is very exciting, but if it's unstable, it'll give a lot of people a lot of trouble. So I'm very excited about this, but I'm also a little bit cautious to just tell everybody to use it. So we'll see. You're fascinated with the underlying mechanism looks like for that hot reload. Also, hello, thanks for your videos. Such a great resource. I'm glad you're enjoying them. You did a dive into it a bit yesterday. Yeah, I saw you doing that. Tried to convert from a macro to an extension trait generics, but your approach ended up being a dead end and someone else was far better. Okay, cool. Yeah, there used to be an issue where it didn't store system state, local events, etc., but that's solved. Oh, cool. The event stuff got solved. Nice. That's dope. I feel like state management in general is always the hard part of hot loading systems or whatnot, whatever we're calling them. I feel like there's also a bunch of different terms, right? Like the hot reloading, live reloading, et cetera, et cetera. And we don't have good definitions for all of them, so they all kind of mean the same thing, but also kind of don't. Okay, so let's get this started. This is Rust Analyzer can do whatever it's going to do. We need, I guess we're calling this hot patching for the moment. Install, we're on Mac OS. They want us to use cargo install. I think I have cargo install already installed. I don't remember if Windows got fixed yet for subsecond. I think there was an issue with Windows last week. Or not last week, but over the last week. Yeah, it's called hot patching due to how it is. Yeah. As for other state, there's a PR. I don't know if it's merged yet for struct migration using reflect to help keeping the state after signature changes. Yeah. I also wonder if like, if you're doing this, does the registry stay up to date? The type registry? Like, will those types get re-registered? And if so, what does the response from BRP look like after you've like made a bunch of changes? Because like Skein, remember, relies on that information coming from the Bevy app at some point. So if you're making a bunch of changes, do you have like 3 versions of that struct registered? That's something I'll be curious about too. So we have binstall. We need the diaxis CLI. Why does it only have Windows and non-Windows? It's weird. We'll install the diaxis CLI. I did that kind of fast, so just I'm running cargo install diaxis CLI. And then we've got what? Make sure you're not using LD as your linker. You think you need the 070 alpha for subsecond. I haven't installed subsecond yet. It hasn't told me to install subsecond yet. I guess subsecond is inside of the CLI, so we will need that. It actually doesn't even tell you to install the CLI as far as I can tell. It's like cargo install binstall, right? And then we need the diaxis CLI, but it only has window. Oh, I guess non-Windows. Cargo binstall. There we go. I really don't know that these should be behind little things like this. They're one line of code. Okay, we've got 070. Thanks for the call out. Appreciate that, Ole. That definitely would have gotten me. Cool. Binstall installs the binaries. Binaries are pre-built, so we don't have to do the whole install, which is wonderful. Mac OS doesn't use LD by default, as is indicated here. These shouldn't be little things here. This is like needing to click every time for everything. These should just be expanded. They're like, there's not enough, like maybe Linux because it's so long, but these other ones are like, you're good. Hey Anders, how's it going? We're doing Bevy simple subsecond system. So we need to install Bevy simple subsecond system. The plugin is necessary. I'm just going to drop this into a second thing. I feel like this is something that we'll want in development and we'll want to config out in production. So if I was building my own template to get started for like the jam or something, this would be behind like a dependency level feature flag. I don't really have anything to base that on other than I'm not going to need this in production. Okay, so they have a simple example here. So this is, I guess, they don't specify whether this is a startup system or an update system. I've seen people doing startup systems. So let's start with a startup system. We don't want a cargo run. We want a DX serve hot patch. Hot path? Hot patch. Hey, Vexar, how's it going? Hey, Malik. If you solely a Lisper, decided to start learning Rust, and I'm really excited to get into Bevy. Nice. Bevy's awesome. Bevy's a great way to get into Rust. The plugin configs itself out in production by default. At least that's the goal. How active work is, not everything might have that already. Yeah, I feel like not even having the plugin like installed for production, you know, like just configuring it out of the cargo toml entirely is what I would want. Read docs startup system are documented. Ryan, hey, good morning. What do you mean by read docs startup systems are documented? I don't think we've gotten to the point at which they said anything about that. Like we're just going down the first install. Or do you mean you read the docs and the startup systems are documented? Oh, my mouth is really dry today. Yeah, we don't have anything going on here in terms of like they give you a system, but they don't tell you where to put the system. I think that since they're giving a whole project scaffold here, they should probably also put like a startup system here. Like Greet should be a startup system or something. Yada yada. Yeah, but we haven't gotten there yet, you know? Like if somebody's going through this install, it's very much like, okay, they went through, they did all this stuff, had to click through, you know, everything here, click through, figure out, click through, figure it out, read this. They get a program that doesn't include this system and they have to figure out where to put it. I think it probably should be there if we're going to do that. They put it in update here, which is interesting. This also adds about 200 transitive dependencies. It looks like. So it's quite heavy. I think the average like starting Bevy application has like mid 300s to 400s crates. If I hit 500, it's usually because I installed two versions of Bevy, like 0.15 and 0.16. 600 is quite a bit comparatively. I'm on a flight, sad, want to watch the stream. Well, it's recorded, so you can check it out later. Hey, Andrew, how's it going? I don't know what you mean by 400, Vexar. Oh, 400 crates? Subsecond isn't a separate crate yet, so this depends on Dioxys dev tools, which IRC has other stuff too. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. So this is like, in the current moment, we're trading off some compile time for hopefully faster iteration time. I'm seeing very, very, very impressive iteration times for what it's worth. So if this works overall, it's going to be very nice. Oh, you were guessing before. Yeah. Yeah. 400-ish is a good guess for like a Bevy app that does like a simple amount of stuff. I think once you start getting into like installing Bevy Inspector eGUI or something, or Bevy Velo, or like, you know, some other ecosystem building crate or whatever, then you can get into more dependencies. But by the way, I'm live sending the feedback from you in the Discord thread, just a heads up. Yeah, that's cool. Appreciate it. The alternative is me remembering to do it later, so that's totally fine. In your opinion, what's the most ergonomic way of calling other functions from a system and passing things like commands, resources, components, etc.? It depends on what you're doing. That's a very kind of general question. If you like, if you just need to instantiate something, for example, like you're doing something that returns impl bundle, then just passing the asset server in as a reference, doing what you need to, or passing like the handle to the font before you pass it in, right? Do the asset server load for your font, pass that in to the function that's going to return the impl bundle, and then just use the handle inside of that. It's not ergonomic in the sense that it's not encapsulated, but it's very simple and understandable and works. If you are trying to like encapsulate complicated spawning logic, probably custom commands are what I would go with. You can also go with, if you're trying to do more gameplay oriented things and you want to be querying in a way that's similar to everything else, like triggering an observer can be solid as an alternative, etc. So it really depends on like what you're trying to do. What is Velo? Velo is a compute shader based, effectively SVG renderer is what I would like. That's the simple way to refer to it. It's very, 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 very cool. There's an integration with Bevy and Bevy Velo, and there's actually a UI library called Woodpecker UI that's built on top of Velo, on top of Bevy Velo, and that's very cool as well. I've worked with that quite a bit. Okay, now we change just the update and see iteration time and compiling. Yes. You're beginner programming, learning C. Sorry for the newbie question. Should you go C++ or Rust next? It's up to you. I'm not gonna like, there's no absolute truth to like what you should do next. If Rust is attractive to you, I think Rust is a great choice. If C++ is attractive to you, then definitely go learn C++. Like there's no, my preference is Rust, but that doesn't need to be your preference. Also depends on what you want to do with your learning skills. Yeah, if you're fascinated by Bevy, then Rust, obviously. Okay, so let's try goodbye. Is this just going to work? I feel like this is... Okay, so we've got hello from a hot patch system here. I feel like I'm going to restart this because I resized it and that looks like it didn't quite handle that well. Okay, so this says goodbye. Let's start with 100. Save. This doesn't seem to be handling startup very well. Let's change this to update. Let's restart. First compile does take a little while. Okay. Okay, so that's pretty sweet. It does seem to be working for update. I thought I saw it working for startup, but maybe I was wrong. Maybe I need something special for startup systems. So if we get rid of this whole thing and we write testing here and I hit save now, then that's the change difference. So it's like a second or two. Right now we're working with Bevy subsecond. It doesn't handle startup because you didn't tell it to. There's a macro parameter to rerun for startup that should be documented. Okay, cool. Yeah, today we're doing some, I know this is a little small. It's a little tough to have all of this like extra UI on screen. Because like this little like graphical thing doesn't work if you make it too big, and then it like doesn't print well. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so if we do info once, it didn't work the first time. Okay, it's working now. Maybe there was just a terminal clear issue. So that's pretty good. So we're looking at like sub 1 second, which is great because it's called subsecond. So it is subsecond. Terminal looks nice though. Yeah. I mean, I don't need to see my platform or the app features or, you know, a whole bunch of these things all the time. I definitely prefer minimal aesthetics. The other thing that's interesting is like one of the things that I think I'm going to get in the more of the habit of doing is getting rid of the timestamps in the Bevy logs when I'm doing development because they're kind of long. And then this also adds even more. So it's like we're double timestamping here. So our log starts here, which is 75% of the way across the screen, which is not great. Read advanced usage for setup systems and other goodies. Sweet. We will get there. We just got started for the first time. So this is the thing that I don't love. I don't know what this is using for rendering, but if it redraws in the terminal every time, and just kind of like, I don't love that. It is what it is though. Because it means if I resize this ever, then like, do I lose my logs or is it just pushing everything up? Okay, cool. So it works though. And it does what it says it does. And it's alpha. So we're cool with everything. Everything's great. You can run examples. Sweet. I guess you can run pretty much anything, right? So we're down to advanced usage now. Limitations. Annotating a function relying on local state will clear it every frame. Notably, this means you should not use hot on a system that uses event reader local or queries filtering with added, changed, or spawned. Is that still true or is that a readme lag? Because you were saying that event reader works now? Some signatures are not supported. Read the test to figure it out. Okay, I'll do that, I guess, later. Some have hot commented out to indicate this. I wonder what signatures those are. This is the kind of stuff that I really do want to see eliminated over time. Hot reload is really, really, really nice. But if you have to change the way that you write your entire application to support hot reloading, and remember that you can no longer use certain filters or certain things, that is going to be kind of a damper on the functionality. One of the other things that I've noticed is that we only have a main.rs right now. If we had a lib.rs, this wouldn't work. Or if we had a workspace, it also wouldn't work. My understanding is that that's going to get fixed. But it does mean that for the jam, we're going to have to suggest that everybody does like just a single main.rs, which is like generally considered bad practice in the Rust ecosystem. So it feels a little weird. But this is still an advanced thing, right? Like we're not just telling beginners to use this, so it's fine. All hot patch systems run as exclusive systems, meaning they won't run in parallel. So there's performance differences, and I don't mean performance in terms of like speed of execution, but I mean performance differences in terms of like when systems will actually run. Exclusive systems means they take mutable references to world. So if every system takes a mutable reference to the world, they all run effectively in series. That is a significant difference that can pop up if you use hot patching to do development and then switch to not have it in production. It also doesn't do exclusive systems. What do you mean? You feel like that's readme lag, or maybe because the state is only stored when using the runtime signature changing support. Yeah, we're gonna be okay with a little bit of readme lag today. Don't take what we're doing on stream as like the absolute truth. I will do a video next week, hopefully, covering what this is actually capable of, like the day before the jam or something like that. This is just me getting familiar with it, using it for the first time, seeing what currently works and what doesn't, and making sure that it actually like does work, you know? For startup systems, look at the add systems repo. Example, yeah. Startup reload schedule in the example, yeah. I think that we're about to get into that, right? UI is often spawned in startup or on enter schedules. Hot patching such systems would be fairly useless as they wouldn't run again. For this reason, the plugin supports automatically rerunning systems that have been hot patched. And to opt in, we can replace hot with hot, rerun on hot patch equals true. So let's try this. Let's kill the application. Let's say this is going to be in startup. Let's make this run and confirm that it doesn't work first. So here's our test whatever. We save. This doesn't run again, even though it did hot patch. So it says that we should do this instead. I assume that we have to restart here. Partially because it didn't actually run. So let's do test, save, and it runs. So this works, but if you add this to something, then you have to restart the CLI process, it seems like. It's currently not clear which will be the ideal final macro or with hot patch add systems way. Yeah, it definitely seems, just to be clear to everybody else that hasn't been following this, this is work that has like come together over the last like 3 days. Right, like we're looking at very new stuff. This is not like a final thing. This is like the first time everybody's getting to play with this. So it working is a good thing. Don't expect it to be polished yet. The with hot patch add systems way is not documented yet. Cool. What's the best way to create UI that is easy to manage? I guess it depends on what kind of UI you're building. The best way to create things that are easy to manage is to build them as simply as possible. But that's not really helpful advice. Change signatures at runtime. Replace hot with hot patch signature to allow changing a system signature at runtime. Okay, so currently we don't have any arguments. And currently, if we save this, we get a hot patch result inside of a second, which is great. But if we do commands, or maybe we add a query. I don't know why I add the shared reference entity. Info once, query.iter.count. Let's log how many entities there are. Seems to work. So I'm not sure that this is required. This might be readme lag. Side note, consensus is that this is possible and easy enough that it could be integrated in 0.17. If that's possible, It's likely a lot of these limitations might be lifted because of deeper ECS changes. Yes, I saw that Alice was very interested in getting a minimal version of this like merged sooner rather than later. I think this is something that, while is not critical in some ways, there's definitely two variations on doing development, right? One of them is very building code and then running it later, right? And one of them is very much, I'm going to write half a line of code and then run it and see what happens. And they're not necessarily like mutually exclusive or anything. Rust supports like writing code without running it and then running it later, and it does what you thought it would do because of the type system and Rust Analyzer and all these other things. But a lot of people really, really, really like the flow of write a little bit of code and run it and see what happens. This is true in like JavaScript and UI development. This is true just in general in other places. So it would be really nice to have for people that are used to that workflow. If we could get it into 0.17, if the Bevy CLI gets upstreamed at some point soon here, I don't know exactly when that would happen, but having the Bevy CLI have a hot patch flag would be really, 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 really nice. This is definitely something worth putting effort into. One of those changes would be allowing the schedule graph to remove systems properly at runtime, which is currently just not implemented even with private methods. Interesting. This would be a viable use case for that. This is interesting. Is this working because it's rerun on hot patch? Let's do hot. Let's do update. This is nothing. This is the other workflow thing that I would love to see solved as well. I'm going to change the macro or do whatever else, and then I need to restart the hot process. I assume that would just be like restarted automatically, but so if we add the query here and we add the logic, then we don't get the result. So it does seem to be related to the rerun on hot patch. So if we get, there's a lot of caveats at the moment. Hot patch signature equals true. Still doesn't work yet, right? So these macros have to be in place beforehand for the hot patching to work. So anytime it seems like you add or change the macro, this has to be redone. So let's run this. We do have the hot on it. We don't have the query in it. Let's get the query in there. Save, and then it starts running. So sweet. That plus you think it should be far easier to persist system param state properly, which was the main thing you failed at yesterday. Okay, yeah, I agree. You don't need to restart the hot process with the reload patch method instead. That's the new one that isn't documented yet, right? The one we were talking about earlier. The macros are useful for when you're debugging existing code. If you're writing new code and your system's in the hot patch closure, add your systems in the hot patch closure of the reload patch method. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Documented in an example. I meant like in the README or like different kinds of documentation. So known limitations, breaks dynamic linking, can't combine mold with a global targeter, change in the definition of structs. So that would be like, if we had a component, I guess, I don't know if we have to reflect, but reflecting is good practice anyway. Just call this player or something. So we've got player, we've got whatever. Let's do add systems, startup. Startup system, commands.spawn. We're just going to spawn an entity with a name. That's not how you do that. Player. Got a couple of comments here, so I'll read those as I'm doing this. Player name. This is going to be Chris. We got to kill the hot process, I guess. Finish my parens here. Did I spell that correctly? No, I did not. So we've got a startup system, spawns an entity. We got a query for all entities and whatnot. dx serve hot patch. If we query for player, this should drop to 1, right? Drops to 1, perfect. But if we make any change like this, implement default, and have, I don't know, usize, right? This won't exist. Count 0. So it doesn't match anymore. You think the way Event Writer and other local state was supported is by the default hot, but when you add the hot patch signature, they're no longer supported. Interesting. Mostly a stopgap solution to unblock usage of local state until someone can come up with a solution that works with local state and reloading signatures. Sweet. Yeah, I'm expecting more work to be done here. Again, this is like Dioxys did this. They shipped their blog post. The work on this particular crate happened over like the last 2 or 3 days. So very, very new thing. Can anybody give you an idea of what Bevy's currently bad at? What projects would you not use Bevy ECS for? I think if I was going to build like a bog standard 2D platformer, I might not use Bevy. Like I wouldn't necessarily say it's bad at that, but I think if your game is art direction driven entirely, and like the mechanics aren't interesting and the systems aren't interesting, and it's like a story game, like a walking simulator or something like that, and the things that comprise your game are mostly art and assets and things like that, I think that you don't really need any particular engine to do that, and picking one that has better support for building artistic assets using pre-existing tools and whatnot could be a better choice. A lot of people think Bevy is currently bad at UI. I don't know that I would build a UI heavy game in Bevy at the moment. UI is getting better, but it's definitely not trivial. You wouldn't use Bevy to write a game. Write some commercial software instead. The joke there is that people use Bevy to write commercial software. Like CAD applications and stuff. What happens if you introduce a crash with a hot patch? Can it unpatch and re-resume? I don't know. We need to restart this because I changed the struct signature. So let's restart this. So if there's a crash here then, right, query for player, whatever, I guess I can just panic in here, right? And that's as good as anything else. So the application is panicked. And if we remove the panic and we hit save, I think we're just done. So I think what that implies is that let's get rid of this. And let's do result here. And let's do OK. And let's restart this. I think that implies that using the error handling that currently exists in Bevy is effectively incompatible with Hotpatch. Or would be very tough to use if you weren't replacing the global error handler. But let's find out. So we have 0 here, right? So if we do query.single, right? And just to show the function signature here, this is result. So if I put the question mark here and we hit enter, this crashes. So if we get rid of that and we save, we're done. We don't get anything else. So that's that. You cannot have an error happen. Which is another vote against crashing by default in that error handler, I think. I assume that answers your question. But if it doesn't, ask again. Someone has a prototype for struct migration using reflect in the Discord thread. Sweet. It should unwind to the last working version of a function. It doesn't seem to do that. But it would be nice if it did, I guess. I don't actually know if it would be nice if it did. Because then how do you know which function is running? Bevy GUI for the win. Do I think Bevy learning resources will improve in the future, making it more approachable for new Rust developers to do game development? Yes. I'm one of the people trying to do that, so yes. Fallible Thing says UI is kind of rough, but once you know how to use it, it's much easier. It's a steep learning curve compared to how other paradigms handle it if you stick to Bevy UI. Yeah, I don't particularly think anything is wrong inherently with Bevy UI. I think there are things that could be improved. But if we look at Jarl, I don't know if this will have, here's the playtest. Perfect. Let's get rid of the audio here. Can I open this? Well, unfortunately, this doesn't link me to anything, so it's going to be this small. But the UI here for this game is all Bevy UI. And the UI for this game is pretty good, honestly. It's got drag and drop inventories, it's got selections, it's got a whole bunch of stuff here. I don't know how much of it we're going to be able to see in this little gameplay demo. But if you put the work in, Bevy UI can do quite a bit. The problem is you have to know how to work with Bevy UI. It's not just like the same as React and whatever. And learning that on top of learning like the ECS or whatever is also tough. You also need to know things like observers, etc. So it takes quite a bit to get to that point. Brain idea. Can we tell Diaxis CLI to restart when we detect a currently unhandled state? Hopefully. That'd be cool. That might be because the error is from outside the hot patch function. I think it was inside of the hot patch function. Or do you mean like the error, like, I would expect that an error inside of this function, which is hot, would work. Like the panic. Unless you're referring to the fact that the error is actually handled somewhere else. Rollback and resume would be nice. Yeah, agreed, Biscardi. Crashing is better than rollback. Yada, yada, yada. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up with chat. You had it roll back in your test yesterday. That's why you were so confident. Interesting. Picking and observers were a game changer for Bevy UI. Yes, absolutely. Picking has been upstreamed in recent versions. Observers happened in recent versions. Those are just incredibly useful UI tools that has made building UI with Bevy significantly better. That's nice. Is this like a themed eGUI? No, that Jarl is Bevy UI. It's just Bevy UI. There's nothing else like to it. They do have some of their own like widgets and components and abstractions built on top of Bevy UI, but it is just Bevy UI. It's not eGUI. And both Malik and Launder here. Wild. Hot patching for Bevy. Panics will unwind and go to a previous version, but this function doesn't panic, so it doesn't do. Maybe it works if you unwrap. I did panic earlier, and it didn't seem to work either. I literally typed panic. So I don't know. You wish picking handled viewport to world fully, as opposed to needing to use like the camera 2D to viewport functionality. Yeah, I think that Bevy's current default for error handling is to panic, but that doesn't need to be the way it works. I think we talk about this in the release. Where's the global error handler? Global error handler not mentioned. Oh, there it is. Global error handler. So the global error handler, hopefully we can see some code here. Global error handler can be set. It's a little easier to set, a little better handled in what is effectively going to be 0.17, I think. But currently, this is not warn. You would have to set this to warn for it to warn, which I think is the better option when you're working with something like hot patching. Because currently this panics by default, and panicking in development is just, I feel like it's not very useful, especially if it's a change in behavior from production. The construct IGF from the next gen Skein UI seems like it will be a huge improvement. Yes. So constructs, for anybody that's not aware, are kind of like bundles with a from world implementation. So a little bit more complicated than that, but constructs are going to be super interesting. I assume that constructs are going to be, they're going to raise their head pretty soon here, sometime in the 0.16 to 17 cycle. I don't know though. I'm not working on it, so don't hold anybody to any timelines or anything. But I think constructs are one of the next things that we're going to see out of BSN progress. But yeah, I wonder. This has to happen beforehand, right? So if we're here and we throw this in, these are both things. Generate constant is kind of awkward. This comes in from where? So we'll use this. This is a static, I think. Why is that not happy is the question. It's not happy because I have no idea. Oh, there it is. No global error handler in error. No global error handler in error. No global error handler in error. Why? Why did that not work? Did I not enable a feature? I don't think that's behind a feature, right? I think that's supposed to be on by default. Before initializing the app, the value of the handler, yada yada. What have I messed up? Ah, this is only available. There we go. I wish features were a little bit more obvious. I thought it was on by default. It is not. This is the other thing about having it panic by default means that you need to do all of this in every application if you don't want it to. Which is not my favorite. Yeah, sometimes features are obvious, sometimes they aren't. Yeah, that's how it is. It's taking a very long time to compile. This is not producing any useful. I guess it's telling me how many. I think I don't like this UI. I think that I don't particularly care about most of the information. And I feel like I'm missing information that I usually get from a compilation. Things like what versions are compiling and how far are we along in the dependency chain. Like I do find myself reading the backlog of like, we did, you know, Bevy audio and Bevy ECS and Bevy Winit and whatever. And like, I do know that this CLI is not meant for Bevy though. This is a Dioxys CLI. So it's not really meant for what we're using it for. It's worth noting that. We are kind of like side chaining onto the Dioxys CLI to get it to do what we want, which is part of why this UI exists. Because obviously, this says serving your Dioxys app, and we are not building a Dioxys app. There's no Dioxys in here. It does take it feels like it takes a significantly longer time to do like regular compiles. I wonder how much of that is the extra dependencies. And then this doesn't come in. I guess Bevy ECS error. And then Warren is in here. Yeah. Status failed. R to re-trigger a build. Did it work? Seems like it. Okay, so theoretically, now we've replaced the global error handler so it won't panic. So if we here do query.single, right, which again is a result, and we question mark, it doesn't look great. This is still not good. But we get to get back into our running application again. Yeah, holy that hot patch speed. Yeah. The hot patch speed is very nice. There's a lot of things that we definitely need to fix. Hello, Witch. How's it going? Try the cargo config toml from the Bevy simple subsecond example repo. Yeah. Cool. We can do that. Let me get rid of this. I know that Jan had a config that they liked. I wonder how different it is from the config in the templates right now, if it is. Crane lift. I don't know that I have crane lift installed. This is going to be a full recompile if I do this, isn't it? No, it's not. Cool. So we'll go with whatever this is. Yeah, those compile times are almost certainly related to this whole process. When testing components of a game, would you typically write those tests in the sample folder? In the sample folder? Do you mean the example folder? I think that the tests that I would write would go co-located with the area that they are for. If I was testing like a component, that would go in a unit test in the same file. If I was testing a system, that would go in a unit test in the same file. Probably a test submodule in the same file, but still in the same file. If I was doing integration tests on a library that I created, that would go in the tests folder, and so on and so forth. You found that making Rust Analyzer use its own target directory gives you faster incremental compile times, 15 seconds to 8 seconds for your project. Is that something you do? It's something I should do. It's not something I do. But that is very well known, like very, very well known. Rust Analyzer and Cargo will have some contention if they're working on the same target directory. Had to compile your game on GitHub Actions to get a Windows build. Took 40 minutes. Yeah, so examples are really good, going back to the testing components and stuff. If you have like functionality that fits together that can show a scene and do something, writing an example for that is great. If you have like a shader you've written, and then you want to show that shader on like, here's what it looks like on a plane or on a sphere, or like in the situation that we're going to use it, and here's some other situations. Building a scene and applying that shader to those elements is a much better way to test it than dropping into the whole game. I think there are very much there are multiple kinds of tests, right? Like there's literal tests, unit tests for components, for systems, for whatever, for plugins. There's integration tests, which would go in the tests directory. But like you can also think of examples as tests. So if you have something that's worth having a debug UI for, even, you can throw that in the examples folder. You'd want to open a window for a tiny portion of your game, like a UI component or of a shader itself. Yeah. Thanks for checking out the hot patching stuff, Chris. Of course. Already adapted the README according to what you said. Oh, sweet. Yeah. I was going to bring that up later, but Lon did it for me, which is great. The stuff works. It's very nice. I'm excited to see this as it like matures into something that we can ship to more people. Well, we've got everything working, which is cool. I do wonder. I wonder if this will be like stable enough to suggest to people for the jam. I'm definitely going to bring it up as a potential option, but I think I'm going to leave it as a like, if you've worked with Bevy before and you know what you're doing, hey, maybe check this cool thing out, rather than I haven't checked out the ed system stuff yet. Okay, let's do that. I think I'm gonna leave the suggestion as kind of like, hey, this exists. It's very cool. If you've worked with Bevy before and you can recognize like what a typical Bevy error is, or you might be able to like understand what is actually going on with an application, then definitely go try it. But I don't know that I'm going to suggest it to like, I'm going to build my first Bevy game people, if that makes sense. Add systems. Okay, what are we looking at in add systems? It's just the with hot patch function. So if you use with hot patch, then you can't remove this on your own, right? You have to ship Bevy simple subsecond system like with your production application, because otherwise the with hot patch doesn't exist. I assume that doesn't imply that the exclusive systems are shipped to release, or at least that it won't in the future if it does currently. You think it's stable enough, but subsecond is really fragile. If you get it working, everything's great. If you don't, the errors are almost impossible to decipher. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like it clearly works, right? But if you don't know Bevy well enough to know that because you changed a query, and the subsecond stuff didn't update, that it's not showing in your game, that's going to be something that like a new Bevy developer could waste like an hour on. And they're not going to know how to debug that, right? So until it has a little bit more of like not stable as in like it works, but stable as in like it works for most things most of the time. I don't know. I didn't quite read that, but something about bundles. Subsecond stuff is compiled out of release and WASM builds. Sweet. One of the things that's really interesting is the difference in behavior. That all of the systems that you add seem like they're wrapped in exclusive systems. So that means in development, they're serial, and in production, they are Bevy's brand of parallel. So with hot patch is cool. This apparently lets you add and remove systems at runtime and stuff, if is my understanding. The thing that we were doing earlier, so change text and print hello, right? No longer require the hot macro. Startup systems do. I assume that is also true for on enter, but maybe not. Startup is a little bit special. It only runs once on startup. So it's possible that on enter would still work. We could just pull all of this in and run it. This is not the right app. Where's the app? There's the app. I do want to keep my error handler though. Yada yada, app new. Let's get rid of all of this. Dump all this in, and then grab this, move it up. Grab this, move it in. And this is basically the example. Oh, that has this has the semicolon on it for the app exit. I think all the examples these days are returning app exit because run returns app exit now. So let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of that. Prelude, cool. We already have prelude. So the only thing we kept is the global error handler is warn, because if the global error handler is panic, then the hot patch stuff seems to get messed up. So let's start running this. All right, press space to change the text below, no button pressed, or the system was reset. So pressed, and we just get the timestamp. So this is default subsecond plugin with hot patch, which is an extension trait for app, probably. Startup, spawn UI, so that's spawning all the text in. Update system, print hello, and update system, change text. This only runs if we hit space. So hello is probably the console logout here. Yeah, change text, info once, hello world. So that's this log down here. This warning is interesting. Schedule pre-update was inserted during a call to schedule scope. I assume that it's intentional that its value was overwritten because we're doing hot patching, but interesting. When you started, you had trouble with querying bundles. Yeah, bundles don't exist at runtime. Querying with and without, and the thing with should never have the without portion in the first place is annoying. Yeah, sort of differentiating different queries. Like if you query mutably for all transforms, and then you query for another transform. That makes sense. That's definitely like, if you're new to Rust and you haven't internalized the ownership model yet, then you don't really understand why having an exclusive reference to something and then also having exclusive references to everything at the same time would be an issue. Absolutely. I could see that being a sticking point. The API you're using right now also allows changing the signatures in the closure at runtime. Adding a new query or resource parameter. The hot reload macro did, as long as we predetermined that we were going to. Which I guess is the same thing as like choosing to put it in with hot patch. I don't love either approach. I'm going to be honest. I think that they're both fine in terms of like they both work and that's cool. But if we're going to enable hot reload, I hope that we can enable it without having to do anything manually as an end user. I don't know if we'll be able to do that. I assume that with some schedule changes to the ECS to remove stuff and whatnot, we might be able to enable some of that, but yeah. Yes, exactly. Both approaches are born from the desire to have this in an extra crate and not fork Bevy. Yes. Yeah, and I've said, just because you just joined, I've said multiple times in the stream that this is like the first 3 days of work on something that's very cool, not the final version. Forking Bevy would solve so much, you might just start hacking on a prototype for that. I assume that you'll have to do something like that to upstream, right? It'd be very cool. I assume that that would be useful work, even if it wasn't like the fork that merged, you know? Okay, so change text with info label. This is just a random component for text in mute query, text 0 format. And we just get the time elapsed. So commands the queue. This is a custom command using the closure syntax. I guess, I wonder what happens in that case. It's probably fine, right? If you have a custom command that isn't a closure inside of a hot patched system, then you're just calling some function, and that function should be fine because it's not stateful. Maybe you'll do that after the schedule changes by Doot, allowing removing systems at runtime. Nice. So info label. So we're saying that we can add and remove systems here, right? Which is cool. I guess we should just do that, right? To start with. If I can type, that would be cool. So we've now effectively added a system. It is running, as we see here. So a second and hello world. I wonder what happens if I chain this. Chaining seems to work. So this whole hot patch thing reruns. And thus, we're removing everything and re-adding it. And this is supposed to also be, so it's respawning the UI, yada, yada. Cool. So all this stuff is getting re-added to the app every time we run this closure, I assume. Because otherwise that chain wouldn't have worked, right? We need some more water in a second. And then what else do we have here? Change text with whatever. We already did query changes earlier. But I assume that this means that we can do anything. So we could do like clear color. Maybe not. I am not seeing a change. Let's see, info test. Oh no, this is the space. Sorry. Yeah, that's on me. This is the one that runs on space. Sorry. So it does work. Your current philosophy is that hot should have next to no caveats at all, while everything that may mess up your in-game state should be a bit clunky to signify here be dragons. That would be cool. One of the things I was saying earlier in that other hot reload systems are definitely like state is the big caveat in general. Hot reload systems and, you know, React and Vue and all these other places where hot reload is really prized. State is always the thing that messes it up. The macro is basically a function that is hot patch. That's why the closure is required for this. If you use normal app add systems, then you have to rerun main to have it hot patch. Yep, removing everything and re-adding it. You do schedule shenanigans. Nice. What about a hot reload of all the things macro? What do you mean by a hot reload of all the things macro? Like a macro before app or something? I think the macros and stuff, as we talked about earlier, like this with hot patch and the macro itself, these only exist because all of this work is being done separately from Bevy as a separate crate. But once it's upstreamed, ideally what I'm hearing from the people working on it in chat right now are that these APIs kind of go away because this can integrate more deeply with the ECS and some scheduling changes that need to happen, which I would really love. I would love to see the macro go away. I would love to see this API go away. But for a prototype, these work for sure, which is really nice. And the changes happen very quickly. Right. That was like 2 seconds. So we're getting like 2-second hot patches. I feel like the with hot patch or with hot patch tends to be giving us like 2 to 3 second reloads. And I feel like we were getting under a second reloads before, but maybe that's just because we had a simpler application. Don't know if you talked about this already, but Francois' PR already does not need the macro, just a feature flag. Sweet. Did not even see that PR yet. The only part you're unsure about is whether signature changes can be handled entirely without setup. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of unknowns. But I will say that hot reload in Rust code bases, which are typically heavily compiled, right, is typically a very hard thing to set up, or historically has been a very hard thing to set up. And this is a significant improvement in that process overall. Like it's a huge jump from where we were before, right? You'll still need a macro for the startup reload system, and you'll still need with hot patch. You just won't need the hot macro in general. So getting rid of the macro, but keeping with hot patch. I feel like everything would need to get defined inside of with hot patch then, right? It's interesting. That brings up the question of like what goes into with hot patch and what doesn't. Which I guess the easy answer is whatever you're working on goes in with hot patch and whatever you're not working on doesn't. Have I looked into mesh shaders? I have not. I mean, I know of mesh shaders, but I forget. I think those are different from geometry shaders, right? I can't remember which one is which. If you hot patch a startup system, can you indicate that you'll need a game restart? What do you mean by need a game restart? I guess that's interesting. Oh, well, so first of all, one of the things that I would say is that I actually don't use startup. In any Bevy application that isn't just a small example, I don't actually use the startup system. Everything that I do in larger Bevy applications, larger Bevy games, is all state-based. So it's on enter state, do thing, on enter state, do thing, on enter state, do thing. There is no, I never use startup. So startup is literally just for demos in my mind. It's useful, but it really is just for demos. There definitely needs to be an element of someone forcing this to not ruin the Bevy API itself, since hot patching really wants to change the API like this. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't love with hot patch, but who knows what it's going to look like in 3 months, you know? What about just adding the camera? You mean like, can you add a camera? Absolutely. So we've got a 2D camera here. I could probably just get rid of that or add a second one because it'll be right. And then we should see warnings. So this is a, hey, you have 2 cameras warning. And this is back to being regular. So I don't know what it's doing to entities either. I don't know if, what entities it's clearing or whatnot. It would be kind of nice to deprecate startup, and then you could use run if once for demos. I don't think run if once and startup have the same semantics. Startup is like the very first thing to happen regardless of anything, right? Run if once. Doesn't feel the same. I don't know. Maybe it is, but not. Can you? But would you not just add the camera in the startup schedule? No, I wouldn't. Or do you prefer doing the on enter spawn the camera? So it depends. One thing that I'm thinking about right now, since we're on the topic, is for the Bevy game jam or for things in general. I haven't done a lot of work with start menus and stuff lately. One of the things that I really want to do for my game jam game is have nice stinger transitions and have like a Gaussian blur behind the pause menu and things like that. So to do that, I'm going to have multiple cameras. And in many cases, I have multiple cameras, right? Putting different cameras in different positions in the level and switching between them, et cetera, et cetera. So like in more complicated applications, I usually don't just have one camera. So saying that I'm going to do camera spawn and startup sort of implies that there's like a special camera. I mean, I could see somebody doing that if they wanted a camera spawned as soon as possible all the time. It's totally valid. Like, I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying that I think as projects grow in complexity, they tend to have more than one camera. But maybe that's not true because of some of the bugs in the last cycle. Jan would know. I think even Foxtrot or even like first person camera stuff uses 2 cameras just for like the basic setup. So, okay, maybe pre-update and run if once should do the same as startup for the most part. Should it? Because startup runs before first, right? So pre-update runs later than that. Read the comments. It clears the entities within the startup hot reload schedule. Yeah, I'm reading chat instead of the comments. The reason we use world instead of commands. Temporary Bevy 0 to 16.1 will allow you to use commands to spawn entities again. Cool. I saw there were some fixes and that there's intended to be a 0.16.1 release before the jam. Does it say entities in here? Currently, Bevy forgets to do track caller on command spawn. Does that just mean that we don't have it annotated? So to auto despawn entities spawned inside of a startup rerun hot patch schedule, you just call spawn on world instead. Okay, that makes sense. Are there any good resources for using states and heavy usage for bigger projects, or even tools to make it better, simpler, or whatever? I think that one of the things that's lacking in general is the availability of large scale projects at all, which is kind of a deeper comment. Because you can go to the Bevy repo, right? And you can definitely go to the states examples, which should be right in here, right? And this has a bunch of different things, right? States, substates, computed states. Those are the three sort of state concepts, right? And you're kind of left on your own to figure out, like, if I have a pause menu, should that be a substate or a computed state or a resource or a and I don't think there's a single answer for everybody for every game. But one of the things that we are definitely kind of, I don't know that I want to say missing, but one of the things that's definitely sort of less clear is what best practices for larger games are. It's hard to look at larger games and say that they're up to date with current Bevy practices, because typically the larger a game gets, the more behind it falls, right? And you see this in every game ecosystem, right? Somebody will choose Unreal Engine 4 and then not upgrade to 5. And then if they're a commercial success, years later, upgrade to 5. And then 6 comes out, right? Like, people tend to stick to a version for large projects. So there are larger games. There are games that exist. They aren't built as learning resources, though, either. So that means that they are whatever the authors decided to do and not whatever would be best for the current state of the project. So it's tough from that perspective. You read those examples and felt a little bit lost about how to wrangle a big tree of states. What do you have a big tree of states for? The one thing that I would say is that keeping state simple is better in general, right? Like, if you run everything through states and you have a million states, it's going to be hard to manage all those states, you know? If you have, it's a combinatorial explosion, right? Because, like, if you have one state and it has 2 variants, that's fine. If you have 3 states with 2 variants, well, you get 9 combinations. Am I doing that right? I don't think I'm doing that right. I don't know that I did that math right. Anyway, can't think about it. But it's you get a lot out of that, right? So the more states you have, the more complicated it's going to be, especially if they're not variants of the same state, if they are completely separate states. Because theoretically, you could be in any combination of all of them. That's why computed states are interesting. That's why substates are interesting, right? You're sort of limiting the blast exposure of having states. Also, you don't have to use states. They're a concept just like any other. Maybe you actually need to use some other structure that isn't necessarily Bevy states themselves. Yeah, absolutely. Like, you can implement a pause menu with a resource if you wanted to. It doesn't have to be a state. States are just nice. Upgrading the engine for the sake of it sometimes rather than upgrading because a wanted feature has come out. Yeah, I mean, there are valid reasons to stay up to date, especially like Bevy ships good new useful features in every version. So like saying that you want to stay up to date is very valid. But I think that the larger a project gets, the more inertia it has. So moving a big project from version to version tends to be tougher and tougher. You're probably getting ahead of yourself, but you feel like you want them for menus, gameplay related concepts, etc. You think you might need to build more things and decide what you like. So one thing about states is they are global. So you can't put a state on an entity. There are other tools that do that kind of thing. If I can remember the name of it. I'm not going to remember the name. It's Seldom State. Oh, look, it's my video. Seldom State is component-based state machines for entities, which is a different concept than Bevy's built-in states. This is very much like if the component exists on an entity, then systems run for that, which is a different way to do it. I think for menus, they can make sense. I think that for things like levels, I was just thinking about this again over the past couple days. For things like levels, right? There's a trade-off because you can definitely do menu level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, whatever, final level. Like you can have those as states if you wanted to, right? Fully type safe, whatever. You can do on enter level whatever and run whatever code you want, etc. Now, contrast that against the fact that even if you just think about, I need to load a different GLTF for each level, right? Then you start thinking about levels themselves are assets. So maybe I don't need a state for every level or a variant for every level. Maybe I just need a, start level state or transition into level state. And then you read that out of the asset and you can spawn any level when you enter that state. So now you've reduced the number of states because you're dealing with levels as assets and reading that data from different places and then instantiating. Like the instantiation logic is similar. But you don't need to split them up into well-typed variants of a state for every level. Same kind of concept applies in many cases. What is it? 9:45. Cool. Hot patching definitely working. I don't know if I'm going to use it myself yet. I haven't decided. It definitely works. It's definitely cool. I don't know if I value the hot reload enough to use it before it's like applicable to everything. I think I would use it with the with hot patch system, or not system, but with hot patch function here instead of the macro. It feels a little bit like a plugin within a plugin. So I guess it's viral too. If I'm going to do systems inside of a plugin, inside of a submodule, then with hot patch has to be in every plugin. Could you tell me what type of project you're making? And you try to join your live at the starting point of live video, but you missed many times. Today we have gone over live reload, so you can just start from 2 hours ago. You don't have to go back. Today we did some hot reloading stuff for Bevy and Rust applications. So that's brand new today. I know I didn't change the name of the stream to show that, but that's what we did today. So it's all new. You can just start from the beginning of the stream. But yeah, I think that one of the things that people really want from states, I think about this kind of thing a lot. One of the things people really want from the ether in general is kind of the way that I'll phrase it, is to be told what the best practices are. Everybody wants to know what the best way to do something is before they do it. And I think that especially when you start thinking about Bevy ECS and Bevy in general, Bevy is kind of breaking ground in a number of different ways. And when something is breaking ground like that, you don't get the best practices immediately. Like somebody has to have already tried a whole bunch of approaches to tell you what the best practice is. And even then, it's quite often just a matter of opinion, right? So if you talk to people about writing plugins, for example, there are people who will tell you the best practice for writing plugins is using a function. And there are people who will tell you the best practice for writing plugins is using a struct. Does it matter one way or the other? Only in certain cases. So like, which is the best practice, right? It's the same kind of thing with a lot of this states stuff. Computed states weren't added all that long ago. I forget what version they were added in, actually. That has to have been 12, right? Was it really 12? No, it wasn't 12. 14 maybe? Computed states. Computed states were 14. So substates and computed states have only been around for a year-ish. So if you're talking about like, oh, I wish there was a large-scale game that used computed states and substates in a way that I could learn from, they've only been around for a year. So that game can only be at max a year old. Which is kind of interesting. Because there's a lot of people who want the best practice, like advice anyway. But when I look at things like this, I'm like, okay, well, what is best practice for observers, right? Observers were 0.14 too, right? Hooks and observers. And I think that we discovered a lot of things since then. There's a lot of like, how do you use observers? What do you use them for? What can you or can't you do? How do they compare to event readers and writers? But there's like an observer's implementation rewrite that needs to happen as a result of having learned from that year cycle. So yeah, I don't know. Best practices are interesting. I think that, well, that's not the way I would phrase it. I would say that the reach for best practices is understandable from the perspective of I would like to have somebody who knows tell me what to do before trying it. But I think that that is searching for safety in kind of the, I don't want to say the wrong way, searching for safety in a way that isn't particularly necessary. Because at some point, that best practice is just somebody's opinion about how you should do things from having done it a bunch of times. Hopefully having done it a bunch of times. And you could be the person to do it a bunch of times. Level could have a life cycle, loading, running, despawning. How would you prevent it from despawning assets common to the following level? I don't know what nope is a response to. Oh, you're a few minutes behind. I was like, I finished talking and they were just like, nope. I was like, oh, no. Oh, you'll get to this point in the stream and laugh probably. I generally wouldn't prevent it from despawning assets common to the following level. I mean, like you could, but that's an optimization, right? Like, why are you trying to prevent it from despawning assets? Right? What is the goal of trying to prevent it from despawning stuff? Okay. I'm going to grab a little bit of water, but please answer the question for like, what is the goal of trying to despawn stuff? So that I can answer it when I get back. All right, we back. Got myself some snackage. Not having to load something a second time. Perhaps a big GLTF file that's used in both levels. Perhaps the optimization then is to load common assets separately and hold on to them. Yeah. So like despawning only unloads something if there are no references to it. If you want to keep something around, keep a handle to it. Right? And then you can despawn and spawn it as much as you want, and it stays in memory. Right? Wow, I've had these Jolly Ranchers around forever. Yeah, keep the handle. Like, you don't need to, like, keep it spawned in the scene, you know? And if you know you're going to keep it around, then, yeah, keep the handle around. But that doesn't, like, keeping the handle around doesn't affect whether you can despawn it or not, you know? Yam sense. Yo, i5 4460 AMD RX 570X, 16 gigs of RAM, Nobara Linux. Is that a JJK reference? Hello World compiles in 10 minutes. I actually don't know what an i5 performance is like. Follow the guide on Bevy's website. Any other guides or notes? The other thing I would look at is the Bevy new 2D or Bevy new template minimal demos. They tend to have good compilation settings. So if you go to Bevy new 2D and you look into this cargo folder, then this will have a bunch of the settings that could be useful for you. I think there's an explanation in the README, but I haven't checked recently. Yeah, optional, improving compile times. Gives a little bit of an explanation. There's comments in there too. That would be the next place that I would look. Yeah, load new level, despawn the old scene, and handle still open. Yeah, if you have a handle and you store that, right? You store that in common resources or something, like a resource that's just like common stuff, whatever. I don't know. Keep it somewhere. And that resource is in the app. That'll hold on to the handle. And then when you despawn it, like the GLTF, whatever's inside of your actual, you know, level or whatever, you still have the handle to the GLTF. Like it didn't go anywhere. And you can just respawn the scene. The other thing is that GLTF is, it's got a lot in it. I think that the way that we show people, oof, sorry. The way that we show people spawning GLTF stuff is not optimal for keeping stuff around. Where's our GLTF example? Yeah. So we have these like rich labels, right? GLTF asset label scene 0 from asset. Or you can put like scene or hash scene 0 here, right? This drops the GLTF after you spawn it. Less convention flu and more my neighbors are smoking so much that it's getting into my apartment and really bugging me. It's been a bit of a rough week dealing with that. I've got I can taste cigarette on my tongue. But yeah, Bevy stuff. This will drop the GLTF, but you don't actually have to drop the GLTF. You can load the GLTF and then access it via named scenes, for example. And then if you have the handle to the GLTF, it just keeps everything around. And you can spawn or unspawn scenes as you want because the GLTF is still around. So keep the handle to the GLTF, use named scenes to do the access for the scenes. Then you don't have to deal with these indices either, right? Because that's something else that can change, especially if you're exporting from Blender or whatever. I get that this is common, or I get that this is like somewhat useful, but it feels, the more I look at this, the more it feels like a niche use case more than what I would want normally. But I don't know. Maybe other people use this more often than I do. I find myself always going for named scenes. Much hard to pick this up when doing the copy pasta. Yeah, that's because everything, all of the examples use this, as far as I'm aware, which is fine. And I assume that this is going to get better in the future too at some point, but I don't know. Okay, so we've effectively covered subsecond stuff. There's not much more subsecond stuff to do. I think my suggestion currently is set the global error handler to warn, so that if you start returning errors from your systems, it doesn't panic. I think setting the global error handler to warn is kind of what I'm going to do moving forward for all of my games. So it's kind of my suggestion in general, but especially when you're talking about subsecond stuff, you probably want to avoid panicking your application. Yeah, specifically a strong handle. There's strong and weak handles. So as long as you're not doing clone weak and putting that into something, then you're good, generally. I think they're strong handles by default. All right. Anything interesting about the Bevy Jam? 9-day event, 2 weekends and a week. So Saturday, Sunday, weekday or weekdays, and then Saturday, Sunday. I don't think we have a theme yet. I don't know when the theme gets announced. Talked about the Bevy CLI already today. This has an actual alpha release now. I don't remember if I mentioned that earlier. This has like a real actual like alpha. So if you haven't tried the Bevy CLI or the unofficial Bevy CLI or the alpha Bevy CLI or whatever we're talking about right now, definitely go try the Bevy CLI stuff. It's the Bevy flock /Bevy_CLI. Install this, do Bevy new whatever. Where's a good terminal for me to run? I think we used it earlier. You do Bevy new, my thing. You get a new minimal. You can do Bevy new -T for a template. There's the 2D template. So -T 2D will give you the Bevy flock Bevy new 2D template. That's this one. I don't know why that gave me the commit list, which has a bunch of stuff in it. A bunch of things you might want to learn about. It's also a supported way of dealing with Skein stuff. So for Skein, which is a Blender and Bevy integration, I have a template that is compatible with the Bevy CLI, which has been really nice. And then you just have it. It's wonderful. And then Bevy run web. Are we going to get a video about subsecond? Yeah, whenever it's like, I don't I think I'm going to do at least part of part of an introduction for people for the jam, for sure. Yeah, the voting Discord theme name channel seems closed to you. The voting is now going on currently. So jam theme submission is over. We're in the voting phase. But I don't think voting is over. But yeah, I will do a subsecond video. I think that before the jam, what I'm going to do is mention it when I start talking about like, hey, here are some cool things that you might want to use for the jam. And then I might do a separate video kind of explaining what is possible, assuming it is like relatively documented in the README and stuff before then. I don't know how much it's going to change over the course of the week. So I don't want to like make a video that is like immediately out of date and saying wrong stuff. So it depends a little bit on the pace of change, but I'm definitely going to mention it next week. Compile time stuff. Mold, zthreads 8, crane lift for your code, LLVM for all crates, generic sharing, and target dir on an NVMe SSD. Yeah. And dynamic linking. And dynamic linking, but only if you're not using subsecond. I think the subsecond, to my knowledge, still doesn't support the dynamic linking config. But maybe I'm wrong about that. Yeah, theme is in stages. Theme proposal happens in the jam theme voting Discord channel, which I'm not going to open. I don't open Discord on stream. Each person gets one suggestion. This has already happened. After a week, submissions closed and voting will open. This is what we're currently in. Thumbs up votes in that channel. So if you're not in the Bevy Discord and you want to vote for themes, go to the Bevy Discord, find the theme channel or the jam selection of channels and give a couple votes. And then theme is selected day of. So we're going to wait. We're not going to know until, I guess, Saturday morning next week. You voted my girlfriend as an entity component system. That's a really good one. I laughed hard when I saw that. Is compile time faster now if just one source file was changed? Incremental compiles are a thing. Absolutely. You do not need to recompile the entire Bevy application if you change one file. You only need to compile what mattered. Rule set wise, you have to use Bevy engine. There was a discussion around like what this means. Somebody made a recent video about like Bevy Godot and stuff like that, or Godot Bevy. I think there's a couple of projects that integrate with Godot. Basically, the TLDR is like, if you're using Bevy, great. If you're using another game engine, no. I think some of the rules around whether you can use your own rendering have relaxed a little bit. But if you're replacing any significant part of Bevy itself, like cargo add Bevy or whatever, if you're replacing like the entire renderer or you're replacing like the whole ECS or something, check with, Alice and Cart and whatnot. But if you're using like a different state library or something, that seems fine. No submitting old work. Hopefully that should be obvious, but it's got to be in the rules. Open sourcing stuff is cool, especially for like game jams. This says that it has to run on something. I would say that if you don't submit a WASM build for the Bevy Jam, then you probably are not going to get as many people playing it. That's just how that works. Most people are not going to download an arbitrary binary. It does work if you make something that is good enough and dedicated to like desktop or whatever. But you have to do WASM. Basically, think of WASM as the target. I think web GPU is probably fine, but does the 2D template build for WASM out of the box? Yes. And actually, the Bevy CLI will do it for you. Or the Bevy, what are we calling it? The Bevy Alpha CLI. So if you Bevy run web, I guess this is probably not. Bevy run web, we'll just do it. It'll just work. I think this works in any Bevy application, actually. Where's our little hot patchy thing here? This is in CD, what did I call this? Subsecond test. Let's see, Bevy run web. It's going to take a second for sure because we're doing a full compile for a new platform. Game design, execution, graphics, and audio. So graphics and audio are both their own categories, which is really interesting. You always want to show your projects when you're at the pub. WASM is a godsend, runs on phones. Yeah. Yeah, building stuff for phones is definitely tougher than building for desktop. The one downside of WASM is if you target WebGL to, it's kind of like a dying standard. So like, if you can try to target web GPU. And yeah. I'm excited for the Bevy Jam. The stream next week will be Bevy Jam or starting Bevy Jam game or something like that. All right. Mip-map stuff. I'm not going to do mip-map stuff today. Light mapping stuff. Not super interesting. Waiting for our WASM to build. Kinematic character controller is already up and going. I think that we have a bug to fix, but I'm not sure that it's worth fixing right now. Did that just go? How high is that in the air? Hang on. We have to do snapping at some point. Also, one of the things that the kinematic character controller group is kind of saying is that we should be using linear velocity and not a custom velocity. But yeah, I'm going to do a video next week for the jam about useful crates. Bevy enhanced input is going to be one of them. Do y'all have any crates that you like are definitely going to use for the jam that I should think about including? I think Avian, Bevy enhanced input are easy inclusions. Bevy to Nua will probably be one that I talk about as well. 3D dynamic character controller. I think that's probably better for a game jam than a kinematic character controller. Even in this project, I probably have to mention Skein if you're going to do any Blender stuff. It's kind of the only viable Blender integration right now. Bevy Inspector eGUI might get a special mention. It's not really like meant to be in your game, but it's a useful tool and everybody kinds of use it. Bevy's simple subsecond system doesn't run on Wasm because source lib, because it uses Warn. Well, that's unfortunate. Anyhow, for errors. It's really unfortunate. Yeah, I think that's definitely makes me skeptical about using it for the jam. I know this is like an easy fix, but of all the things that I want to happen, I don't want my jam entry to be blocked by subsecond. And with hot patch or whatever, yeah, I don't know. For some one-liner unwraps. Well, the error handling is in Bevy now, right? Like you can just use errors. I think you think Bevy common assets? Bevy common assets for what? Like manifest data and stuff? So Bevy common assets, for anybody that doesn't know, it's kind of like a corollary to Bevy asset loader. If you have to load something in one of these very common formats and you have a bunch of data, maybe you did a bunch of Excel programming, and you have a bunch of items and drop rates and chests and things like that in an Excel sheet, you can throw that into a CSV and then use Bevy common assets to set up a loader for it without having to write a bunch of asset loader code or anything. It's very nice. It's a good one. Get rid of that. I don't know. Well, I'll have to make a decision on subsecond or not. I think we're good here though. This should all work. Let's do Bevy run Wasm. Yep. That's not what it is. It's Bevy run web. This will take a little bit longer to compile, but it'll be fine. Just put that down there. The other thing that I wanted to do was do a little bit of like start menu stuff. So maybe we do some of that because that might be useful for game jam stuff. I feel like most people aren't going to have start menus and whatnot. This is just a random scene. I don't know what I'm going to do for the jam yet. But we're using Bevy Asset Loader with IS Progress. IS Progress is a cool crate. If you look at the progress down here in the bottom left, you'll see that we have 3 things that need to get done. One of them gets done really quickly, one of them gets done soon after, and then we have this like really long fake task that takes about 4 seconds. If Rust Analyzer doesn't want to fight me. This is how you know Rust Analyzer is competing against Cargo, by the way, if anybody isn't aware of that. If it says blocking waiting for file lock on package cache, what that probably means is that Rust Analyzer is got control of your target directory, and thus Cargo cannot gain access to it. Well, that's an awkwardly long issue. Usually it resolves sooner than that. You got to disable Rust Analyzer when trying to bisector regression. Yeah. There we go. That's so weird. That's like way, way too long. I haven't seen it take this long in literal years. It's not Rust Analyzer. It's calling Cargo for check reading metadata, and Cargo locks the directory. Gotcha. I need to fix that because that was really annoying. I don't know why it took that long either. Because Cargo check for something that we've already dealt with many times should just work. But that was an absurdly long time, even for a Cargo check to run, for a thing that already had all the assets in the target directory. In any case, I think I have states set up already in here, right? App state. So let's just add something in here called main menu to start with. We have this fake task in here. Which is just arbitrarily 4 seconds. So I'm just going to make it something like 200 milliseconds so that this runs and goes really quickly. You found what you used anyhow for, unwrap or. You use for reading from a Cargo file and using the default value when it was missing. Unwrap or isn't an anyhow function though. Unwrap or is in the standard library. So all the stuff loads. Yeah, it is. It for sure is. So I guess you're getting back a result, right? If you're using anyhow. Here's the unwrap ors. There's a whole army of the functions. You might use Bevy defer, you think? Bevy defer is the async runtime, right? Async runtime with world access. So if you ever wanted Tokyo, I think Bevy defer is what you would reach for. A future in Bevy defer is a command that can take as long as it wants to complete. They can even wait for each other or pause for a few seconds. Sweet. This is a crate that I've known existed for a while, but I've never actually had like a reason to use. If you have a game that does a lot of sequential actions or use a lot of complicated state machines, Bevy defer might make your life easier. Pin box dine future in Bevy defer is the strongest possible abstraction in Bevy. That's such a funny description. What kind of abstraction do you want? I want a strong abstraction. The strongest. Give me everything. You can use async stuff like selector or wait on durations and stuff. That's sweet. Put that on the buttons on click and you can do anything you want. So it's like async commands, turn-based gameplay, sequence actions after a player input. See, this is interesting because typically when I think of turn-based games, I think of if I have a bunch of things that I want to do in a sequence, I'll make a schedule and I'll add systems to the schedule. And these days, it might even be run a bunch of observers recursively, right? So it's interesting to see yet another approach to that, which is basically just use async await. Do these run in competition with other systems? Or does everything inside of a single system finish before moving on? Like if you did an HTTP request in one of these async commands, is that running at a different time? The things happen in different frames? Yeah, okay. So await is kind of like similar to like browser ticks and stuff. Animation finished out await. Player does something that affects the world, but player doesn't need immediate feedback. Regular commands can do that, for sure. Start animation, animation finished await. Okay, so this is presumably multiple frames then. Or could be. Because like inherently move to doesn't need to be, right? And we don't see what move to is here. But like you could move to attack and show damage all in the same system. Whatever those mean. So async plugin, cool. React to state player, live player attack. Spawn task. Sleep and then print hello world. Cool. Does this work on WASM? It does? Nice. Oh, many frames, yeah. Yeah, move to taking many frames, but what is move to doing is a question. I guess move to is lerping from one time to another. But then how is move to getting any more data? I guess since presumably this is a task then. Entity component get wrap. Async world entity component get mute. Some nice utilities there for people who like to do things like a little bit more directly. Run systems, event orchestration. Like I get async stuff. I still haven't seen the definitions of those functions though. Or is this pseudocode? Yeah, you can await an HTTP request that takes 30 seconds while your Bevy game runs. Yes. What happens on WASM if you do that? Can attack the enemy if the enemy moves but is in range of some point. Maybe context shenanigans allowing access to the world every frame that the schedule runs. Yeah, but so move 2 presumably only takes a position, right? So what is moving to that position? Right? There's no entity here. There's no... Where's the additional information? Or I guess like... This would have to be potentially mutable for this to work. But like, even if it... where do you have the original position? How do you get the original position in this function? I guess that's the answer to like this. Like you have to use this inside of those functions. And thus those are tasks and thus give you access to the async world stuff. But then where do you get the entity in that function? And this is probably just me getting hung up on like, this is probably just pseudocode, right? It's probably not meant to actually be written like this, but I see code and I want to know the code. Move 2 can query entities inside the function. Okay. So move 2 is like what we'll consider a task. And then it gets a position. And then I guess it's moving everything in this case, because how else would you know? Or I guess you are hard coding an entity or something. Or I guess querying for something that's tagged player, maybe. Scroll down a little bit back at async world. Yeah, async world, spawn task, dot entity. But where is that value coming from for that function? This works for query. Cool. So it's got to be somewhere. There's got to be a code example somewhere. Set state, jump system, async executor. There doesn't seem to be a query example. Probably have to look. Oh, there's jump system. This is a communication between... Okay, this is a regular system. So that's not showing what we wanted to see. It doesn't show it in the README. If the author ever watches this, how would these actually work? It's got to be in here, right? Cheat code maybe. Cheat code is probably just the sequencing of inputs, right? Add systems, wspawn, react to event. Loop, next event. Cool. This is fun. This is a really fun way to show this off. Query single, mute text 2D. So yeah, you would have to have, I guess, query single player, and that would have to just implicitly be moving the player and not anything. You dirty cheater. Wait, Oh, it's text 2D. Yeah. So I guess inside of spawn task, which you can implicitly do by awaiting a function, an async function. Then you can query for whatever you want. That's cool. I'll have to keep that in mind. If it's turn-based, they have a turn player single. A turn player single. Turn player. You mean the examples? Nope. If it is turn-based, have a turn player single. Oh, if it's turn-based, then whichever player is currently, yeah. Like a resource that tells which player is currently active. Yes. Sorry. Took me a second. Sorry, today's a little bit of a flying by the seat of our pants stream. We'll be back on track next week. Actually, back on track Monday even. Did this thing ever compile? It did. Where is the Chrome window? Localhost 4000. There's our kinematic character controller. Whee. In all its glory. I didn't do anything to make this WASM compatible. The only thing we did for this earlier was do Bevy run WASM, or Bevy run web, sorry. So, absolutely worth using the Bevy CLI, because all you have to do is Bevy run web. Wow, that took oh no, it didn't take 18 minutes. I let it run for 18 minutes. Never mind. All right, let's boot up into a menu here. I think that asset loading probably doesn't need to happen immediately. Let's start with the main menu state. Can I move the states? No. That's gonna be main menu. Asset loading can happen another time. And this is doing stuff at startup right now. So we really don't want that at all. And this will be on enter app state, main menu. Spawn main menu. One of the things, I don't think I added Bevy enhanced input to this yet. One of the things I want to do, if I have time to for the jam, is do controller menu input. There's this new input focus stuff in Bevy that I would really love to play with a little bit. If I have time during the jam, I'll definitely do it. I didn't define the system. Mute commands, commands, commands that spawn node. We're going to call this like width and height 100% to do our layout. Why is that not working? Oh, I turned Rust Analyzer off. It's going to have check run here on the side. I'm going to write it before my autocomplete gets in. So typically, what you end up with in any game at the basic level is like start options quit, right? Let's start off with something super simple. Let's say that there's a bunch of children. Let's say we're going to put the text in the bottom left-hand side. If you are not so great at doing any kind of design, one place that you can go look for inspiration is the Game UI database. Let's click on main menu and go, wow, what do I want my main menu to look like? Do I want it to look like this game? Here's another option. I don't even know what this game is. But like if you're looking for kind of like inspiration from a bunch of other games and you're not feeling so hot on terms of your like own design skills or whatever, just go browse what other games have done. I think for this, we're going to do a node with a width of, I don't know, maybe like 250 pixels. And I'm thinking about this box in my head, basically, that we're going to put some buttons in. The box is going to be like left-hand side of the screen, offset a little bit. So if we want to think about that layout, we probably want padding. I'll throw this at 50 pixels of padding, which apparently is not the value that goes there because it's a rectangle. And I'll do a background, I think, on this. Don't forget, if you're using this children macro, that you need to put your bundle inside of a parentheses. If you don't put the bundle inside of the parentheses, you end up getting a bunch of different entities. Let's put something just simple in here for with alpha 0.2. It's the background color for the box. It would be cool to use subsecond for this, now that I think about it, since we're just doing some UI stuff. I can see it in my head. I've done enough UI stuff, but it's worth adding it, I think. Let's give it a chance. Let's see if I remember how to set this up. Cargo add Bevy simple subsecond system. Then we need to add the plugin. Here, and then with hot patch. And I'm also going to want to do this. Let's dump all this in here for the moment. Let's say we've got this and this. Dump those in here. Yeah, I definitely don't like that this modifies how I need to add systems. Hot pass, subsymbol, subsecond, yada yada, extension, startup rerun, hot patch. So the question is then, like, we have update and we have these other things. Let's comment these out for now. Can we put this in there? Does this work? And if so, on enter, main menu, etc. Right? And then dx serve hot patch. And it recompiles from scratch. I think this is the other thing that I assume that once you've done this once, it doesn't need to do it again. And I assume that it's setting some compiler flags or something is why it's doing this. But from the perspective of like somebody who doesn't understand Rust C or Rust internals or anything, it would definitely be like, why does this seem like it's recompiling everything? I also don't know where 684 comes from because it doesn't seem like that's actually the number. I wonder if that's like a set of Dioxys stuff that they've added to the end of it that doesn't actually get compiled because we're not using it. Interesting. I don't actually know how much of this needs to compile before it'll actually work. I think we got it right too, though, right? We don't need hot on systems that we've added like this, but on enter, on enter feels weird. I wonder if there's documentation about on enter. But I've definitely, so like this has to save me now more than 2 minutes worth of time over the course of using it. Right? Because it's now fully recompiled, but I already had it compiled. This is not really a fair comparison to think of it like that, but in this specific instance, we're now talking about like 3 minutes of compilation that I didn't need to do. Which is possible, but I definitely need the application to live long enough before the next recompile to recover that time. tungstenite was in there. I guess tungstenite is Bevy remote. You didn't add states to hot patch, you forgot. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. You haven't really used states. Interesting. You used the dynamic linking feature of Bevy. I think dynamic linking doesn't work with subsecond. And this is using like experimental subsecond stuff. Yes, yield. The Git repository has too many active changes. I actually don't want VS Code to ever track Git changes. Wonder if I can disable that. All that for a syntax error. What was the flag called? I really do feel like this flag needs to be on by default. What was it? It was configurable something, something, something stuff. Configurable error handler. I guess this is slower if you use it, right? Something like that. Or are we now failing to resolve dependencies? Did I put that in the wrong? No, I put it in Bevy asset loader. Version equals features equals DX, not cargo run, not Bevy run. Oh no, this didn't start from scratch, did it? Have you ever used any other editors? I'm stuck in Emacs for life. I was an old Emacs user, actually, since you asked. Yeah, dynamic linking for Bevy sped up compile time a lot. You knew this, so it's cool to drop in. Yes, dynamic linking is very, very much the suggested configuration for like if you're just doing Bevy application development normally, you're not using anything experimental. You want faster builds and whatnot. Dynamic linking, absolutely. What we're doing right now, since you didn't drop in earlier, is there's this new thing called subsecond, which is effectively coming out of the Dioxis work for hot reloading. So between Dioxis and some people working from the Bevy community, we actually have Rust code hot reloading that can do less than 1 second iteration times on those compiles. And rerun things like systems and whatnot when that happens, which is very, very, very cool. But it's also very, very, very early. Like we're talking like within the last 2 or 3 days, most of this work has happened. So the stuff that we're running into on stream right now is basically like it just being an early usage of a thing that isn't released yet. More than it being like a sign of a problem, if that makes sense. So when I do this and it's like, oh, it has to recompile. I'm like, oh, well, that's probably not going to happen when there's an actual release of the thing. Via editor stuff. Yeah, I did. I did Vim. I did Emacs. I spent a lot of time in Emacs, actually. I still use Emacs. The thing that I minimized earlier, you might recognize as an org mode file if you're an Emacs user. It looks fancy, but it's still just org mode. I'm a huge fan of Emacs. How many people are there working on subsecond? At least 5 that I'm aware of. Obviously in chat we have at least one of them right now. Streams run pretty long, so the rest of them have probably left at this point. But Jan has also been working on it. Lond has also been working on it. There's been a couple of other people that have been working on it. The people from Dioxys have obviously been working on it as well. There's a bunch of people like working on it, depending on where you draw the boundaries. There's a new version of DX with dynamic linking, but it doesn't work on Linux. I'm not on Linux. I'm on Mac. Will you change from code to codium since the AI first changed to code? I haven't seen the AI first announcement. I am increasingly less comfortable with AI stuff making its way into my products and the stuff that I use. I don't know. I don't know. The answer is, the reason that I use VS Code is not for my own comfort. The reason I use VS Code is because most other people are probably using VS Code. So if I switch to something that's less used, it will probably be back to Emacs. The downside of that is that anything that I do in Emacs is really weird. I don't know if you've ever, like, you probably have, but like, I don't know how many people in chat have ever watched somebody who's like even moderately skilled at using Vim or Emacs or something. But it's very hard to follow if you don't know what's going on, right? There's a lot of key presses. There's a lot of like things happening like implicitly or behind the scenes or in key taps and whatnot, which isn't great. And I don't love it. Obviously you can tell that I have like a lot of the VS Code stuff turned off in general. Like this is a VS Code instance on the right-hand side of the window, right? And if you open VS Code without the config that I have here, it's way busier. What window manager are you using? The layout looks really clean. This is Yabai. Yabai is dope. There is also, there's a competitor now. There's a similar thing. I forget what it's called. Aerospace sounds right. Yeah, Aerospace. I've heard a couple of people mention Aerospace. I haven't used it personally. Yabai is what I've been using for a couple years now. It works really well. Shrug. Some people really like Aerospace. They seem to be in beta, but this kind of thing is generally like a beta advanced user feature anyway, so shrug. I am using Apple. This is a Mac. I am using a Mac. Yeah. The software I just showed is all Mac software. It's like i3 inspired, but it's not i3. The binary space partitioning is, I don't know. I just can't go away from it. I'm willing to give up a lot to get binary space partitioning. What about Zed? So the problem with Zed is that their user interface doesn't scale. there's a freaking shorts clip or something, right? And what I mean by that is literally scale. I should have Zed installed actually. Yeah, the last thing I was working on in Zed is Pico LED stuff. So here's Zed. It's doing an auto update. It's failing the auto update because it's too out of date probably. But all of this text scaling is fine, except for the fact that the sidebar doesn't scale. What, you're on Mac? Yes, I am on a Mac. Why? If I was on Linux, my compiles would be faster, okay? Like, the zoom only affects the text buffer. And I really don't understand why. It doesn't make any sense to me. But what that means is that I can't adjust the size of anything. Which makes it tough to use on stream. Right? Like, there are things that I really do like about Zed. Specifically the what's the thing? It does, I don't know. The multi-file search, the rip grep, like, I don't know how to trigger it anymore. I forgot. Where is it? Damn. Anyway, I'm gonna close Zed because I'm not gonna use it. The search with multiple like the equivalent of doing rip grep and then being able to modify the rip grep results inside of Zed, that feature is really, really cool. You can get that in other places, right? It's not exclusive to Zed. It's just a really cool feature that I really appreciate from the Zed team. I just can't customize it to be easier to use in videos. And that means it's not useful to me. The UI scaling thing has been a persistent issue since they had their like alpha, which is when I started trying it. They didn't even have the ability to like theme anything. So I couldn't use like Night Owl or anything like that. Eventually they like added more themes, but like, yeah, anyway, they're not customizable enough in very accessibility related ways is the way that I would put it. But yeah, if VS Code starts making it so that I can't avoid AI stuff, then I will switch to something else. I don't use it. I don't have any use for it. I don't want everything that I type getting sent to Microsoft, you know, etc. Okay, where is our... But yeah, the main reason that I use VS Code is because I can do things like this. And it's good for videos. And to some extent, I can customize most of the interface to remove all the distractions. But I have no particular tie to VS Code. So we have to do this in startup then. So let me comment this out. Let's get this startup run hot patch thing in here. And let's restart our thing. You can set in Zed UI font size 20 and make the other fonts bigger. So I have to go into the config to do it. Yeah, I mean, I do things like this all the time, right? So having to go into the config is just like a super downgrade. Okay, let's get a height in here just for kicks because I want to see something on screen. Ah, yeah, linker command failed. Cool. No such file or build directory. I don't know what's going on here. Cross team channel Waker thread ID. Let's make this smaller. Yeah, I think in general, if I switched, I might try the open source version of VS Code. I feel like it's a little bit awkward to keep that going. It's really unfortunate that the AI stuff is getting pushed so hard, because I really want to be able to suggest things to people who are learning stuff. And I don't want them to be like inundated with, hey, use this thing that you eventually have to subscribe to pay us for, that you're now dependent on, you know? Yeah. NeoVim, you can easily zoom in as well, but you mentioned you have to be very careful when you show stuff to people. Yeah, I think that like NeoVim and Emacs would be the old school versions of editors that I would choose between. I tend to be an Emacs person. That doesn't mean I wouldn't use NeoVim if it was better as an option. I would just have to go back and try just like set up a config and see how Rust Analyzer integration works and all these other things, you know. You love Rust Rover? Interesting. I've actually never used Rust Rover. Is that the JetBrains IDE? You forgive me for being Emacs. And don't forget the macro. Oh, we still need the macro, right? Because it's a startup system. Startup systems need the macro. Does it need the full macro? Not the right one. Spawn UI. Hot patch signature. I don't know if it needs hot patch signature, but that's the way we have it working in the other version, so I'm going to use it. It's really not happy with me. These errors are really bad. We didn't have something in scope, so it like dumped a linker error. Yeah, otherwise it can't auto despawn. Yeah. You've been using Helix. Rust Analyzer integration pretty much works out of the box. I've heard Helix is getting better and better. I believe that Helix would be easier than NeoVim because NeoVim is more targeted at people who want to do a bunch of configuration. And I think Helix is more targeted at people who just want something to work. But alongside like wanting some like Vim configure or like not configurations, but Vim isms, if you will. Oh, right. I have to spawn the world in world spawn. Yeah, this is definitely too much work for like stuff in general. Okay, if I have to do it in world spawn, then I have to do a commands with a Q, right? Where's my spawn main menu? So this has to be commands.q mute or I guess mute world. And then inside of here, we do world spawn. Okay, it at least looks like it should be working. Looks like it hasn't finished yet, actually. This is the performance of something that hasn't quite finished initializing. I think that was it. Okay. We don't need mute world here. We have a reference. Hot patching. Linker error. I don't know what's wrong. Yeah. I think this is one of the risks of using something like this so early. So it's fine. Just to repeat, if anybody came late, this is working with experimental hot reload stuff just to see if it worked. It is working in a prototype state, but it is not actually released to anybody. I don't see something about crossbeam channel. It's a subsecond plugin added. Yeah. Yeah, so the world spawn stuff is 0.16.1 fix. Yeah. Did you run into any issues with the plain hot workflow yet? Not for the functionality that is described as working, is the way that I would say it. I'm currently trying to set it up in a different project. Like I had something else that was already compiling that was has some random, dependencies in it. Bevy asset loader, IS progress, like random shit. And I tried to add Bevy's simple subsecond system, and I had to go through and try to set it up again. So I had to remember simple subsecond plugin. I had to remember hot patch. I had to remember startup rerun hot patch. I had to remember the hot patch with the hot signature. I had to remember the world spawn. And I've forgotten something somewhere because we're running into a linker error. And it says no such file or directory, which is really weird. It is a lot of stuff to remember. Yeah. But that's okay. Some of that will go away over time too. Try editing some stuff, like doing it anyway, you mean? Let's see. Where's our little thing here? We can make this color black. Says it's hot patching. Gives me a linker error. Failed to generate patch, ignoring duplicate libraries, L system. Invalid use of got ADRP. Wasm Time has something. Oh, you know what we did? We ran... Did we? No, we didn't run this in web. Never mind. ADRP. Mentions of ADRP, but nothing... Try cleaning and rebuilding. We could do that. Scrub it dub. A clean 15 gig cleanup. If that fails, it's time for a bug report on subsecond. The problem is I don't know what I would report. It worked in another project. I don't know what the issue would be. I tried to add it to a project that was already existing. So I don't know what bug to file. And it feels weird just being like, hey, linker error, because nobody's going to be able to fix that. You know, like if I took this, maybe somebody who knows more about the structure of this knows something about this, but I don't know. Hopefully the clean rebuild works. That would be really nice. I would really love if the clean rebuild worked. But we did have the other macro, going back to your suggestion. We had the other macro working, or the one we're using here we had working too. So things should be fine. You bet it's going to work after clean rebuild? I hope so. I hope so. I feel like I'm just chewing down these Jolly Ranchers now. I've got to record like 3 This Week in Bevy videos tomorrow. The intention is for existing systems, use the hot macro. And when developing new things, use the with hot patch. So you don't have to modify what your system is or anything. I'm excited for Francois' PR. Not needing the hot macro will be really nice. Now, you don't need the hot macro, but you do need to put it in the with hot reload. I can't even remember the name of the function anymore. You still need with hot patch for anything that you're changing, right? So I'll probably just, workflow wise, I'll probably just keep this with hot patch function around and just leave it empty most of the time. And maybe have like a commented out system in there or something. Feels a little awkward. But if I can get everything set up reasonably, then doing things like UI work should go much faster, right? Because all the UI work would be then in the same system. So this would be very useful for that. I have a harder time thinking that it'll be useful for gameplay logic. I feel like my gameplay logic is often spread amongst many different systems in many different files. Okay, so no compile error yet, or no linker error yet. I think this hasn't fully... I feel like there's something about this application when run through DX that just doesn't fully initialize off the bat. And I think that's what we're seeing here with this layout stuff. Because Blender does a similar thing. Like it doesn't let the operating system control it until it's fully initialized. And I don't know what the diff is between like why that time logic exists. But the diff between like seeing the window for the first time, it getting space on the screen, and then basically being like given to the X server to be layouted is also something that Blender does. For gameplay systems, it's nice to be able to tweak like movement speed. Yeah, I can see that. Are you saying that... do you mean like a literal const in the file, or do you mean a value in the system, or do you mean a value in a resource? You're asking about this project specifically? I can zip this up and send it to you. I didn't put it anywhere yet. This is like some random thing I threw together in half an hour last night. I was basically like, oh, it would be cool if I was like prepared for the game jam and had like an open source template. And then when I talked about the game jam next week, I could be like, use the Bevy CLI, use one of the official templates. Or if you want to make your own template, here's an example of my own template. You know, kind of market for Bevy CLI a little bit. So this is not that interesting. I can send it to you though. Let me do that right now before I forget, actually. Reveal in Finder. Let's snag. You don't need that. Unless you want the blend file for some reason. New folder with selection. Compress. All right. As of this point in the stream, the zip file has been created. I'll send it to you later. Okay. So we can't see anything, which is a little concerning. It's a little more concerning. The cargo build failed because there's no output location. Save that as an error message, just in case we need it later. What do you mean no output location? Do I need to build this first in a different way? Could not find cargo TOML. Oh, did I freaking, you know what I did? I messed up. Let me quietly admit my shame and drag all these files back out. What just happened to the main.rs then, though? It just exists because I saved? Cool. Okay. So let's delete that then. You know, sometimes it just really do be like that. Restart the build. Someone pointed you to the inline tweak crate. Help with values you tweak, not needing a recompile. Yes. Tweak is one of the other things that I've seen used. Jan uses it, I think. Or at least did until they started working on subsecond. might be throwing it out now. Now we recompile. It's a lot of recompiling to get it to work. But that's okay. Keeping in mind that we're doing experimental stuff. This is not production grade software at the moment. I feel like I have to keep saying that because I don't know who's leaving and joining the stream all the time. In case somebody comes in and is like, why is Chris just standing there compiling stuff all the time? That would be a really funny stream, though. If one day I just got on stream and was like, today we're going to do XYZ, and then just started a compile. And the compile just counted up and it wasn't actually a compile. It was just like, I don't know. It was just like counted up in the terminal, showed a bunch of random crate names and stuff. See how long it took before people actually caught on that I wasn't actually compiling anything. A 30-minute compile followed by you playing the game for an hour. I don't know. I have to have a game worth playing for an hour first. I'm looking forward to the game jam. I'm definitely gonna put some effort into this one. I feel like for a lot of the previous game jams, I've done like I'm very much like I use game jams to like experiment with new tech. I think last time I was using like Blenvy. I was using Woodpecker UI last time. Spent a lot of my time either doing PRs for those or reporting issues or figuring out how things worked. And oh no. Yeah, okay. I think we've hit the end of our linker errors here. I'll copy this just in case, but no, it wasn't. I mean, it was happening before that. I mean, we can do it again just to be sure, but it's going to be like another long compile, which is fine. The stream is kind of like very much about messing with stuff at the moment. It's a very big dev compile, though. We've got plenty of time. This time I won't move everything out. Let's see. What else could be causing issues? I think this is also a Bevy new project, and we did Bevy new earlier to do the test. So everything here should be mostly the same. The only difference is we have 3 dependencies, asset loader, Skein, and progress, that didn't exist before. The other project was a 0 dependency project. Right? Subsecond test is Bevy and Bevy simple subsecond system. Same configuration though, because they're both Bevy new. So they both used the template. The other thing that we could do is, I didn't move this configuration over. So let's go in here and just dump this configuration in here before we start our new compile. And give that a whirl. It's the only thing that I could think of that could be reasonably different. I don't know what 303 is. XAKCD 303. I haven't looked at XK. Oh, compiling. Of course. Are you trying to combine Diaxis and Bevy? No. There are other people who have done really interesting work about both on the Diaxis side, which is currently in the Diaxis CLI, which is why we're using DXServe. And in a crate called Bevy Simple Subsecond. Oh man, I already messed up the name. Bevy Simple Subsecond System, which is just like a test crate name. And the people who have been doing the work have basically taken the work that Diaxis has done for hot reloading Rust function recompiles, and applied it to Bevy. So none of this is my work. I'm just using it. But it's very cool. When it does work, which currently it didn't work in this project for an unknown reason. But when it does work, you end up with sub-second compiles and hot reload functionality inside of your Bevy app. That's what this is. The reason we're sitting here compiling is because there was a linker error when we tried to apply it to a different project after we got it working in the first place. And we're just doing a couple things to test to see if we can fix that. It's possible we can't, because the work on these projects started like 2 or 3 days ago. So it may just be a thing that gets fixed over time as more work happens on the project. But yeah, that's what we're doing. Basically hot reload Rust functions inside of a Bevy app, which is very cool. And in the meantime, I'm entertaining with my juggling prowess. But yeah, I'm excited for the jam. I do a lot of like, or historically, I've done like experimental, like I'm going to learn something new for jams. And I think for the jam this time, which starts on Saturday, um, I'm just going to try to do it as best as I can with everything that I already know instead of a bunch of new stuff. So it should be fun. Obviously, we don't know what the theme is or anything, so who knows what the game's going to be. But that's going to be next Saturday's stream. It'll be getting started. Hopefully the theme is announced before the stream. I actually don't know when the announcement's going to go out. May 31st, 10 a.m. That is, I'm not bringing my calendar up on stream, but the 31st is the stream day. So we'll start the stream, maybe get a project started or something like that, get a little template going. We'll have an hour after the stream starts, and then the theme will get announced, and we'll start working on a game. And then I don't actually know. I might do more streams next week working on the game. More than I usually do. I don't know. We'll see. We got it. Let's see. Did it work? Change our color back to a different color. Hot patch. And linker error. Okay. Unfortunate. Let me check this to make sure that this is actually includes everything. Cargo lock, assets, GLTF stuff, source, main assets, post-processing. Most of this doesn't matter. I think all of that is there. So I guess I could also include the .cargo. I didn't include the .cargo, but with two different .cargos, it's also happened. So let me reveal in Finder, please. I guess that's gonna wander its way over to a different monitor. The other thing is that VS Code gets less functional over time. I can't right click on Cargo Toml right now. I can select it, but I can't right click. I need to right click to be able to let me dump this here. Oh, you know what? Was I not actually even using that? I don't think I was that. You know what's really funny? Actually, I don't think I was using that at all. Why do we name that config fast builds? By the way, that seems not good. Right, like .cargo, config fast builds. But this doesn't get used because it's not the right name, right? So this is just a file that exists that doesn't do anything unless you rename it. Yeah, okay. It wasn't even getting used. Does it need the dot? I forget. I think it doesn't, right? This needs to be like hugely worn. Yeah, anyway. That's not the best. Okay, so now that we're using random config toml settings, nope, still failing. Okay, well, unfortunate. We're going to get rid of all of this, I guess. It is unfortunate that this is very much like a lot of code to enable and disable. We're going to get rid of this completely. That's so weird. And then it's like a full recompile if you're not using the hot reload stuff. Which I guess makes sense because it probably uses very different configuration and whatnot, but just feels weird that there's two very costly paths to starting up. So here we go again. Here we go compiling again. This is, I think, the most compiling I've done on stream in a long time. See, I wonder what one of the things I want to do for this week in Bevy is have like Bevy specific crates with all of the regular like internal crates not shown. Because when you search for Bevy, you obviously want to get Bevy, right? On crates.io. There's Bevy asset loader and stuff. But is Bevy persistent? Should that really be the next one? Bevy tweening. Bevy tweening captured. Bevy rand is an interesting one. Retrograde hasn't been updated in 4 years, so is no longer relevant. Yet it is sorted by relevance. One of the things I want to do is have basically like a crates page for Bevy stuff on This Week in Bevy, especially since we talk about like projects that use crates every week. It would be super nice to have a way of tracking like, oh, this project uses this crate. And so did all these 3 other 5 to 10 projects and whatnot. And finding crates that way and then looking at them. You think SC cache does not solve this problem, recompile everything, because the key for hit cache contains the flags. Yeah, I think what's happening is they're setting Rust config flags. Also, Tony, is that you? I think the Dioxys CLI is setting Rust config flags. And Rust config flags always, as far as I'm aware, if you change them, require rebuilding everything. So it wouldn't surprise me at all that there was nothing that could really prevent that from happening. And then we've got Bevy Reflect, Taffy. Like Taffy is interesting, but only in so much as it powers Bevy UI. Like you probably wouldn't bring in Taffy by yourself. So as somebody who's trying to figure out what crates should I use in my Bevy application, Taffy wouldn't be on the list. eGUI could. Okay, our app actually compiled over here on the left. Okay. We've got literally nothing on screen. Background color, color white. And like recompiles are not that long. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't add a camera. Yeah, there we go. I think it could have been cool, especially for UI related stuff. Because like I know what I'm doing here in terms of like laying this out on the screen, but a lot of other people don't. One of the interesting things is if we're going to use a 2D camera for just UI, then we can probably also set how big it should be. And then we get some scaling. So projection, right? Orthographic for 2D. Orthographic projection, save. Scale area, scaling mode, near far. Orthographic projection, nope. Orthographic projection, default 2D, scaling mode. What do we want? I wish this was that middle dot that everybody loves. Fixed horizontal, fixed vertical. Let's do fixed. So 1920 by 1080. And then this is a specific size. I guess the UI doesn't function like that, does it? So this wouldn't work. I was hoping that would work for UI. I guess we have to define everything in other ways if we're going to do that. One of the things that I really like about the web, about CSS and everything, is it has media queries, it has responsive layout design. And accomplishing that inside of something that largely deals with pixels and stuff like this is not great. Yeah, this whole time there wasn't a camera. Yeah. But it didn't matter because that wasn't the issue, right? Like we just needed to get to the point at which we realized there wasn't a camera. Like I wasn't looking at it going, oh, there's no white square, right? I was looking at the compiler output going, oh shit, a linker error. 250. Let's make the height at 400. This is going to be everything. This is going to be randomly. How do I do this in the best way? I think I want the whole thing at the end of the day to be a grid, but I don't have anything else to put here yet. So Positioning it arbitrarily is fine. So maybe we don't do the whole val picks. Maybe we don't wrap this at the moment. We just let it stand on its own. And then, can we do margin like this now? Val picks. So we get that offset a little bit. We could do a wrapper here instead. This could be percent, which I think doesn't take 100% of the window, right? I think it takes 100% of the UL. Nope, it doesn't. It takes 100% of. So what we need is flex 1. What do we call this? Basis. Pixels? What do we call? I guess it's flex grow, right? There's no flex around it, so it's not actually using the window space. We could have done that still. Trying to think of the way that we have this stuff set up. Right, because if we do node, then we do children. And we do our open paren here, and we do our closing. Right, but I don't want this to be the full width. So really what I want is grid. But I don't actually know what else I want to put on the screen. So it makes choosing grid a little bit wonky. So I think I'll just go with auto. And then inside of this, if we want it to be at the bottom, this is flex by default. So we end up with, what do we have? Text. Oh, that's not the right spot for that. So we get that. We probably need a wrapper around this, but I think we'll just use this for now. Flex direction. No auto, no autocomplete. Flex direction column. No autocomplete is really annoying. These will all have padding or whatever between them. Justify items. That would be justify content. And so these are now at the bottom. These have, I want them to have padding. So like maybe we have impl, or not impl, sorry, FN, main menu text button. Well, I don't know. We'll call this text, string slice, return an impl bundle. This will be one of these, right, with the text in it. This will be a button. This will have a padding. Yes, I do think I want it to be a padding. Was just thinking about it. I don't want the padding to be the same on the tops and the sides. I don't think we have a split for tops and sides, if I remember correctly. Axes. The only problem with axes is which one is which. I guess we go with height. There we go. Horizontal vertical came up. So what? This is val pix. Horizontal probably like 15. Vertical maybe like 5. Then we get a main menu text button. We replace this with all of those. These are no longer really bundles because we kind of deleted them. Cool. Padding didn't really show up. I think that the text might not have to be inside of it. Feels a little bit weird that it would have to be. Double check myself. Let's get a background color on here. Reloading still breaks, but it would have worked the first time, which confused me terribly. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. We'll do a with alpha here. Make sure there's no overlap is why I'm doing a with alpha. Is this the engine that Devil Daggers and Hyperdemon uses? What is Devil Daggers and Hyperdemon? I don't know either of those things. I'm going to go with no. Devil Daggers. Oh, it's so bright. It looks like they use a custom engine. That's it. That's the only mention of engine. I don't know. I've never heard of those games, so. I've literally never wanted to click a thing in my terminal. Yeah, interesting that the text needs to be inside of a parent node for padding to apply to it. That feels really weird. But it is what it is. I think it's fine for the moment. I don't think I'm going to do any button interactivity at the moment, although it's fine with observers. We could do it. Making decisions in my head. I think I want to get a font. It's Alpha, Alpha. Alpha and outfit. Let's see, which one do we need? TTF? I'll just bring both of the folders in to assets. We'll call this new folder, fonts, paste. Then we have the license in here. Don't need so many variations of it, but it's fine. We're only using this one for now. Copy relative path. This is the issue of, like, we don't have constructs yet. So how do you decide what font this should be? And the answer for us is going to be that we're going to asset server load this path and pass it in. Little awkward. This is kind of when the impl bundle thing starts to break down. If we were doing this too many times, we would eventually turn that into probably a custom command. What is it? Text style. I feel like this changed a couple of times and I can never remember which one it is now. Text font. Text font. Text font is such a weird name. Font. Default. And then we don't have the asset server up here yet, so we need to go up here and do asset server, res asset server. I'll have nothing because we have a use after move because I need to clone. Clomb. So now these are a little bit thicker. Then we get rid of our little debug stuff, which, if I remember correctly, we have debug stuff now. So now we have start options quit in the bottom corner. Maybe that's a little bit too far out. Maybe we want that actually like 125 in. You know, bring it up into like the actual area. It might be a little bit small too, but I'm going to leave it like that for now. What's the UI debug stuff look like these days? I feel like we have that and I never use it. UI, where's the debug? Debug. Overflow, radial. It's like UI gizmos, right? Which one of these do we want? Viewport debug? Why is this hard to find? Toggle overflow. Container. Sure. Don't we have gizmos for UI these days? Do we not? Did I forget wrong? Borders, box shadows, display invisibility, layout, grid, overflow, gradients, scroll, size constraints, text debug, scaling. Why does this not exist? Did we just not have an example? Oh, is that a resource? Yeah, perfect. UI debug options. Weird. Weird that that didn't have an example. Guess not everything can, right? Maybe it's behind feature flag? No expected value for feature, sure. It's not old, is it? 16. UI debug. Still in 16. Let's go to docs. UI debug options. It's in Prelude. It's got to be behind a feature flag. Bevy UI debug. There we go. Let me get a little bit of a recompile because we introduced new code. There we go. This is what I wanted to show off. If you're ever having trouble with UI stuff, there is the Bevy UI debug. I don't know why we didn't have an example. That was weird. I never really used this myself because I kind of have a long history of web development, so I know a lot of my CSS and stuff, and I can visualize a lot of this in my head. But this is actually a very useful thing, especially if you're just trying to figure out how to lay things out. So you can see the box that we created, like the root node, the box we created, the buttons inside of them, and then where the text is. So if you're confused as to like, why isn't options wrapping or whatever, you can see where the text box is. But I think that's it for today. We'll be back on Monday for more educational stuff. I don't know what we're going to do exactly on Monday yet. Maybe we'll do asteroids. I'm in the middle of scripting all of the 0.16 stuff, trying to finish that up. And then Saturday is going to be the start of the game jam. So we'll be kicking off a jam. So if you're working on a game for the jam on Saturday, come by. We'll do some co-working. But I think that's it for today. Subsecond is very cool. And I'll see you in the next one.